Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Trio Alumni Virtual Lock-In, where we are not going to sleep until we get 10,000 Trio alumni signatures. We are so excited to be with you tonight. We will be here all night from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to be here connecting with different alum, talking about our Trio stories and testimonies, as well as signing on to our Trio alumni letter. So this is an open forum. Please feel free to turn your cameras on. Let's just have some connection and fun, and let's talk. Mike, good to see you. Michael Cashman, SUNY Plattsburgh. Love that you are here. Karina Alvarado from the West Coast. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Would love to just, let's start conversation. How are we feeling? Did you all sign on to the letter?
Of course, Tommy, and thank you to you and the entire team for organizing such a strong campaign to get all of us, our alumni and our students and our Trio advocates activated.
That's awesome, Mike. I'm having have a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Team for organizing such a strong campaign to get all of us, our alumni and our students and our Trio advocates activated.
Oh no, this is awesome. Absolutely, absolutely. We are more than happy to do this. Let me see here. Working on some live feedback. All right, let's see. Oh no, this is awesome. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, Karina, Mike, can you all hear me well? To do this, let me see here. Working on some live feedback.
Yes, but there is like a.
All right, slight feedback here. Okay, yeah. Okay, Karina, Mike, can you all hear me well? Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me well? Okay, I am getting feedback from our Zoom live.
Okay, we don't hear the feedback anymore.
Yeah, I don't hear me. Can you all hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
I see what's happening.
Okay, we don't hear the feedback anymore.
I don't hear me. Can you all hear me now? Okay, how is that? Okay, good. All right, I figured it out. All right, let me let more folks in the room here. How y'all feeling? How are y'all feeling? Tired, anxious? What's going on?
I'm definitely anxious.
Definitely
I'm the
anxious.
unknown. And this is like my first time ever like navigating everything that's going on. So it's hard because there's like seasoned individuals that are like, don't worry, we're gonna be fine. But I also know it's my first time, so I don't want to belittle my experience of going through this process. So a lot of mixed emotions.
Yeah. What conversations have you been having with folks lately? Just in general.
Well, I'm SSS, so it's just like a waiting game for us and trying to figure out if,
Yeah,
we'll be
yeah.
funded for the next upcoming years.
Okay, okay. Ramon, thanks for joining us. How you feeling, brother?
We out here.
Yep, that's it. That's it. That's
All
it.
we could do, is just trying to rally the people to get to work, and that's it. That's all
Yeah.
we can do.
Yeah.
Trying to be, you know, realistic with ourselves, trying to be, not in the sense of like of loss, but like, we have to balance reality with like some peace of mind. So
Mhm.
just, having some grace for myself and my staff. We're fortunately not a June 1st program, but
Okay.
regardless, like if this is impacting our June 1st start dates, what are we to also expect? So yeah, it's just if it's not one thing, it's another. So I just feel like I don't know, like I feel like I'm starting to see a theme with this administration where it's like they'll choke us till they can to, exhaust as much as we can. And then just when we're about to like let loose, like they kind of like, okay, never mind, So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of hoping that that's the thing we're going to see too. But yeah, I can't believe it's only been 6 months, 4 months, 5 months. It feels like we've been in this for a long time. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's crazy right now.
It is. It is. Have your students participated in the advocacy campaign at all?
Yeah, so what we've done is we're currently working with our students to create like TikTok videos. We're highlighting, making sure that we created like this little ambassadors thing to kind of motivate them to, do something, Um this generation is different, so we have to approach them differently. So we kind of gave them a platform to create content, like interview themselves, like how has Trio impacted them? What is something that you think Trio has done that has made your life different? X, Y, and Z. So we're doing that as we're doing our academies, our graduation celebrations, and different outlets, so that way we can compile a complete video and
Mhm.
hopefully blast it on our social media, have our students share it on their social medias, tag their congressional leaders. And yeah, that's the goal right now. I mean, obviously we've shared those QR codes, so thank you for sharing those QR codes. I think that made it a lot easier for us
Yeah.
because for a good while we were just like, what do we do? So the fact that we were able to share that with them and just say, hey, click on this, put your information, and it sends the letters, that probably was the easiest thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. We definitely wanted to create a system for you where it was plug and play, right? We didn't want to have you all finding all these templates and putting all this energy into the language. That's what you all hired us for, to protect you and to serve you at the national office. And so our Madam President, Kim Jones, is amazing at her strategy in trying to get the community involved in this tragedy, right? It is not said and done, obviously. We still got some ways to go. But this is the fight. And you heard our President Emeritus, both President Maureen Hoyler and Dr. Arnold Mitchell, talk about the fights that they've had to fight. within the last 40 or so years, 40, 50 years. So this is our fight, and this is our time to show why TRIO is so important. What's interesting is that back in those times, there wasn't 6 million alumni who graduated, and there are 6 million now. And so the number by far is the best. This process by far is the best thing that has ever happened to TRIO programs and getting our alumni involved and engaged. So it's very exciting, very exciting. And so some of you may not know each other, but I definitely want to, Mike, want to have you share just a little more here. He's coming from one of our elected offices here out of New York. Michael, what are you hearing in your circles about these type of programs specifically regarding TRIO?
Sorry, the audio is a little delayed. Programs are concerned. I mean, we're definitely hearing a lot of anxiety about Upward Bound right now, right? They're on the front lines. And then the continuing resolution was the other element for a while for our student support services. Grina, I'm actually an SSS alum. So my heart goes out to you, connect with you on that. And Tommy, you said it well. We have to fight for it, but we have a deep bench now. It is about activating our alumni. It's about getting people to tell their stories. And I think it's also an opportunity for people to reconnect with TRIO too, right? Because we've all been kind of on our path and doing some different things. And sometimes, that.
Remember when Jimmy Kimmel hit Diddy with a late night question?
All right.
So.
No, for sure, for sure. And there is a lot of anxiety around that, right? But it's the strategy in which we mobilize and connect with our congressional affairs about how important this is. Everybody across the country obviously has their own identified interests in what they believe. And for many folks, TRIO is one of them, right? Especially for us. And so providing this space, having you all kind of vent and get some questions answered and talk about how you're feeling and the best ways to move forward. That is why this space exists. So let your colleagues know, let your other TRIO alum know that we're on the call. We'll be here all night, getting folks to sign on to the letter and being consistent about the fight of TRIO. So Katia, Akina, Gabriella, thanks for joining us. I hope that's how you pronounce your names. I'm sorry if I butchered it, but welcome. Any thoughts that you'd like to share with us this evening? You are muted, Ms. Longbin.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I'm Dr. Gabriela Fernandez. I'm a professor at San Diego State University and alumni of McNair Scholars Program. And I just wanted to say that, being more proactive with maybe perhaps directors of McNair across the US, letting their students know, to make sure that they fill out a form, contact their representatives could definitely be a great option. Also pushing the storytelling of, how McNair Scholars Program has made a difference in their lives. Hearing those stories are really important, and accumulating those stories can definitely be something to incorporate. But I think now more than ever, we need to come together and stick together and also reach out for those alumni and try to see if maybe they can use their platform in order to bring awareness about these issues that are happening now, that more than ever, we need everyone's support.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Fernandez. I just put in the chat here the letter to sign on if you all haven't, but please share with your alum as well. Ms. Longbin, thanks for joining us.
Yes, absolutely. I'm an instructor at Emporia State University in Emporia, Kansas, and I am a TRIO alum. So I have been spreading the word with my network of people to be able to sign that form and let them know that the funding is in danger. I have a colleague here at ESU that works with the McNair Scholars, and I am nervous about his job, but I'm also hopeful that as we continue to push, that things will get better for us. So
Oh,
it's great just to be able to reconnect.
absolutely, absolutely. This is what this space is for.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Longbin, talk to us about your trio journey. When did trio start for you? What did it mean? Kind of walk us through that a little bit. We'd love to hear it.
Yes, so it started for me in high school. So I started in the Upward Bound program with high school, and then I continued. So it really started the summer after 8th grade, leading into 9th grade. So I was a student who was smart, but I slept my way through high school.
Okay.
And I was grateful that I had the support to still be able to go to college, but it was because of my connections with the Upward Bound program, and we had a private connection. So Cranbrook Horizons Upward Bound, which is it's an affluent community in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan.
Okay.
And we still had that Upward Bound connection, however, but we had a private donor side. So that's where that Horizons program come in. And then I later connected with the Upward Bound program at Wayne State University in Detroit. So I was able to teach the students there. So I have a full circle moment where not only the student, but also teaching in the program.
Oh, that's amazing. And this is a close world here for sure. I am originally from the city of Detroit, Michigan. Born and raised, and I've had
that's where I met my husband in Detroit.
Oh, that's awesome. I've had a couple of conversations with Adam Harris out in the Detroit trio programs.
Okay.
So that's incredible. So that story is amazing. Was trio always in your preview? Was it always something that you heard about when you were growing up, or what do you think it was something that just kind of fell in your lap?
Happenstance. It kind of came later, and so I was able to get in because I'm the baby of 9 children. So I fell under the financial part, but also having the test scores to be able to get in, that way as well. But it was a saving grace for me because when I went to college, I didn't have the grades to really be in there, and I didn't have the support to be in there. But connecting with my advisor in the trio program kept me level-headed. I was able to graduate owing under $1,000 for my undergrad. And it was because I was connected with the financial aid officers, and it was just a beautiful connection. And then my advisor telling me about different scholarships that I could apply for. So it was just a great opportunity. And then to be able to go back to Cranbrook Horizons Upward Bound to teach there, and then also to teach on the Wayne State Upward Bound campus. It was just a great full circle moment for me.
That's amazing. And so trio works.
I do. Absolutely.
You've been a part of it. You taught it. That's awesome. Thank you, Ms. Longbin, for sharing that.
No problem.
Katia, is that how you say your name?
It's Katia.
Katia, okay, awesome. Where you from? Where are you coming in from? Talk to us about your story.
Hi, I'm from Florida, from the University of Central Florida. I actually recently just graduated, so I'm like a new alumni. But originally I was a part of the McNair Scholars Program, and then I also did Upward Bound when I was in high school. So I've kind of like been in and out of tour programs as well. Yeah, I mean, regarding like the McNair Scholars Program, I feel like that has been a big impact on my life. Now I'm going into my PhD program in sociology, University of Maryland. So yeah, a big reason why I like wanted to pursue education was because of McNair. It led me to a lot of different opportunities and gave me a lot of connections, and it kind of made me be like more passionate about learning and education and our research. And it was through McNair where I was also awarded a fellowship to pay for my program, which is the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship. And I was able to earn that through like the support of McNair and everything. And then also through McNair, I wasn't just like in the program, I was also an assistant to the director and assistant director of the McNair Scholars Program. So I got a lot of the insights of like how the program is run and how everything was facilitated. And I worked a lot with the students who are also in the program as well. So I feel like I just like had a 3-year long immerse like into the program and everything. I also know Gabriella, and then I've spoken to Carl McNair, who founded the program, and just like learning about everything and how it's running, how it impacted a lot of my lives and also my friends' lives has been just a very great experience for me. Yeah, I guess I'm my side of it is just like the student side. A lot of my friends are still in the program, so I'm not only worried about like whether or not it's going to continue, but how it's going to affect like the people that I know and people that I care about going into the program and how just like everything that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, how have your friends been reacting to some of the most recent news about trio programs?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are scared. Um, I don't know. A lot of them, I feel like I'm in a really good position as of right now because I got to go into the program where we didn't have to deal with a lot of like the political turmoil of everything that's going on. But just even like having it affect like the research that we do. Like I'm in Florida, so they're like banning certain words. There's certain things you can't do research on. There's certain things you just can't get funding on. And that kind of like really started getting a big uptick. And now, and a lot of the students there, they do research around mental health. They do research around like diversity and inclusion and all those other things. So it's kind of just like impacting like not only just the program itself, but how we're able to like go into certain spaces and cater like our specific work. Like we just, there are certain topics that we can talk about. There's certain topics we can address and we can do research on and things like that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Wow, that's a very tough space to be in. Um, as you all navigate, these issues as it pertains to trio programs, right? This is probably your first fight, right? I know it's your first fight. How about that? Being threatened to take the opportunities away from students who wish to be in the McNair program. I participated in two graduation ceremonies where we've pinned McNair scholars, and a couple of those programs do have pre-McNair scholars, those who shadow current McNair students who want to be in McNair in the following year. But this obviously threatens those opportunities for those students to be able to do that, right? So it really is, tough when we're talking about how can we focus on being the best that we can be for our students, but also providing those with those opportunities, right? So, I would definitely recommend that you all continue to work together, continue to spread the word about this because there's no action without mobilizing. I'm always told nothing happens from a town hall meeting. And so you can talk all you want, but if we're not putting action to the footsteps, Councilmember Cashman, you know about this. That's just how it is, right? You got to be able to take action and do what's necessary. And so you being able to go on and to complete your PhD program is proving all the naysayers why TRIO programs are not a relic of the past, and they are a current, present, and future of our students. So thanks for sharing that. We have a pleasure of having our board chair on the call. Our board chair, Maura Luna, thanks so much for joining us as we convene this evening's lock-in to talk about some of the issues around our TRIO programs and getting our alumni signed on. Any words, Chair Luna? She stepped away. Maybe she stepped away here. Okay, she'll come back. All right, Katie, thanks for joining us. Any thoughts you have? Any comments? I'd love to hear from you. Oh, there she is.
Sorry, Tommy, I'm sorry, but I'm on my cell phone and I couldn't find the unmute and with video and everything.
You're good. You're good. Thanks for joining us, Chair Luna.
Hi, it's a pleasure to see you all there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm so looking forward to reach our goal. We did quite a campaign today with our folks here in Puerto Rico, and we hope that the numbers are rising. And we want to hear your voices. You are the reason why we're here, and you're the reason why we continue fighting for our programs.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair Luna. We just got back from a board meeting this past week, and we have been strategizing on how to best advocate for you all in the field, for our students, our professionals, And KOP region is definitely showing out with their alumni numbers. So I'm loving the action and the energy and the leadership from that group. And they are definitely showing a rising example of what advocacy is all about. All about. Thank you, Chair Luna, for joining us. Yeah. Ramon, let me ask you a question here. For the students that are participating in your program, how have they expressed, how they can get involved in this fight? Are they concerned that people won't listen to them based off of their feelings on, the proposed termination cuts? Or do they feel helpless? What's the reaction?
Well, I work with Upward Bound and Talent Search. So these are high school students. So for them, all of this is uncharted territory. I literally have to, do a whole civics course, crash course to let them know what exactly all of this means, because I mean, even the average citizen might not understand government or how it works. So really having to, not say dumb it down, but like, make it make sense and understandable. I didn't try to instill too much fear, but I did want to like kind of make it more real, like, just like saying, hey, like if things don't go this way, if this doesn't happen, if the House and the Senate, this and that, like this can interrupt our services, and it will end our responsibility of being here supporting you all. And that was pretty much the reality of it. So I feel like sometimes you kind of scare them a little bit to kind of see the reality. And I was like, something, to many this is a job, but for some of us this is our responsibility, our civics duty to ensure that the next generation is doing what they need to do. I am an alumni of SSS from Cal State Long Beach. I would have loved to have had Upward Bound or Talent Search, at my high school. And if I can be honest, it was one of the main reasons why I even joined, I went to college, was to bring programs like this back to my high school. And fortunately enough, it did happen, but it was without me. So I'm still glad that at least my school, my alma mater has it now. But it's now my mission in life to continue to share that, because I know what it felt like going to college and not knowing exactly what I had to do, taking loans, to pay off certain things, and then to on not only supporting my education, but also supporting my family with medical stuff or situations. So it's just, taking my own story and sharing that with my students. I think that's where they get to see the reality of what life is. And I think when you're asking me like, oh, like, what do they feel like? I think at this point, they've never really felt this, like, because like to me, I feel like for the most part, our students are always caught up in their lives and like, being a senior, graduating, doing A through G's, ASB, government, all that stuff. So when we're presenting them this, I think it's a constant reminder that we shouldn't just wait till like something like this happens for us to like educate our students. So I think a civics course like that, like a policy course, should be something we could probably implement at the local level for our students to kind of provide them that support.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, that's my thing right now, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. Okay. And any communication from parents?
So
Or
yeah, so what we've been doing is we've been coordinating like little parent, we've been sending messages on the Remind app. So sharing it with our parents, like, hey, this is what we have. We've also been sharing through our social media, been obviously through the Alumni Association with the posts that you've been sharing. Because we obviously don't want to share like, oh, this is our stand. So, just sharing the information has helped us. So by you guys providing that information, it has allowed us to kind of do it without like so much stress of like, are we going to get in trouble,
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. Definitely understand that. I think the best way to incorporate students and parents a part of this is, like you said, just kind of giving a learning lesson. on what this really looks like and put it in layman's terms so it's easy for them to understand, right? It is not easy getting into the minds of policymakers, especially when their own agendas exist, right? And so the louder we are, the more action that we can truly make things happen with this administration. I mean, it is tiring, it is frustrating, but it can definitely happen. Brad, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Brad.
How's it going, Tommy? Yeah, happy to help out any way that I can. I mean, it's kind of wild that the whole reason I even got started on the path that I did started way back in 2007 when I had to do double recruitment during the ABT study, and I had to look parents straight in the eye and say, some of your kids may not get in, and I still need your personal information anyway. And they put their trust in us, and that's why when I knew that there had to be a better way for us to be looking at the effectiveness of this great program. So absolutely happy to help out any way I can in terms of data strategy, however you need me to help out, happy to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, Brad. Thank you so much. Brad was one of our mentors for the COI program, supporting our students getting internships and jobs. So have definitely been very connected to the national office. So thank you for your service, Brad. And I would say for everybody, including you, Brad, continue to share the link that's in the chat for folks to sign on. But also, there are connections that you have to businesses who have or alum who have benefited from the TRIO programs in their businesses, making a statement. Michael Cashman had an amazing statement that we reposted on our social medias. Those type of things are helpful. Media outlets are critical, especially talking about the importance of TRIO programs. The more media attention we can get around this, that is what's going to get people active and running, and seeing us coming, because we are an army. TRIO is a large army, and we have been in this fight for a while. And so, this is not new to our TRIO community, but for those who haven't advocated at this level, it can get pretty daunting and overwhelming. And what I think about all the time is, our founders and our leaders who sat at those tables and said, we need to advocate stronger in DC to represent our programs. And to think how 15,000 plus students could be taken out of programs because of this cut or more, right? Who won't have programs to go to help them get to college, which is a catastrophe. We cannot let that happen. We won't
100%.
let that happen. We won't let that happen, right?
Do you have a link for Facebook? Do you have a post for Facebook that I can reshare on? Because I will start posting it out to my
yes. If you
my
go
students.
to our NTAA page, you will see a post saying the data amongst TRIO program is unambiguous. It's not confusing at all. So TRIO works for many reasons, and not just for our students, but for our families and the generations that come after them. This is what works. This is what works. We have Alejandro Morales, one of our board members, on the call here. Alejandro out of is joining us from KF. Alejandro, how are you?
Fine. How are you guys? I'm driving, so that's why I don't have the camera on. But
no,
I'm doing okay.
Absolutely. Please share your thoughts with us. We're here to hear. We're here to hear from you.
Okay. So at the moment, we're working on some plans to do the same thing, like social media and whatnot. And we're gonna try to also work out some stuff on TV and all that. So we're up and running.
Yeah. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Anything you're hearing from staff, your colleagues, your students, any way that we can get more involved and helpful?
Well, at the moment, like uncertainty, like what's happening and all that, but basically, it's like that. We're trying to keep a calm mind, keep on pushing forward. But yeah, there's always like this uncertainty with what's going to happen.
Yeah, yeah. It's frustrating for all of us.
Yeah,
But we can't stop. We can't do that. There's too many kids to fight for.
exactly.
Part of this lock-in was to, inadvertently protest and show that the energy and that the generational push is needed for our trio programs, for our students to be able to, receive the residual of everything that we've been a part of. That's important. That's the critical part about all of this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah, it's essential. It's essential. Thanks for sharing, Alejandro.
Oh, no worry.
Anybody else want to share some words of wisdom?
Tommy, I'm going to have to jump on off in a minute, but I just wanted to express, there's a lot of complexity in what we're dealing with right now, but it's also not complex. And what I mean by that is TRIO has worked for over 60 years.
Yep.
Right? It has built legacies of doctors and teachers and engineers and scientists and public servants. And these are not friggin' handouts.
Nope.
These are investments in potential people, right? Our nation's future. And TRIO programs, everything from Upward Bound to student support services and all the others are not just helping students, as you said, they're helping build communities.
Yep.
And eliminating TRIO would hurt rural towns to urban neighborhoods alike and everything in between, and abandoning veterans returning to civilian life. It would crush the dreams of young people daring to imagine more. And that would be a profound moral failure.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really, really proud of the TRIO Nation rejecting this harmful proposal. But one of the things that I think we have a moral and ethical responsibility ourselves is, it's easy to reshare something, right? That actually is an easy part of it, is that, to make the Facebook post where we reshare other people's stories. We have to lean in. People need to tell their stories. People have to make the calls to their congressional members. We have to write and post and organize, because TRIO's worth fighting for, but we have to personalize it for people that are beyond TRIO, right? Like, TRIO knows the value.
Yeah.
We have to make sure that people understand that we are TRIO, and because of TRIO, our nation is stronger, and that's an education part. And that can be really uncomfortable for people to do, is to share their level of vulnerability. I mean, this, when I gave my TRIO Achiever speech, that was one of the toughest speeches. I mean, I gave my father, my stepfather's eulogy, and that was less of a hard speech than to lead in my level of vulnerableness. So I just share this with people on the call and others, is be there for people, lean into that level of uncomfortability, because we are living in uncharted times. It is a dumpster fire out there, and the only way that we do it is if everyone works to extinguish it collectively. So,
yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Cashman, for sharing that words of wisdom. It was amazing. Thank you for that. And you're right. We have to keep moving. We have to keep moving. I had some alums say, you're doing a call today. It's Memorial Day weekend. I said, yeah, it is. Who cares? Our students are at risk. Our programs are at risk. We have to do something. And I can get some barbecue on Monday. But right now, this is essential for our students in the time that we have. So we're going to be here. All right, but thank you so much, Michael. I know you got to drop off. And for others, if you have to drop off, we're here. We're not going anywhere. We're here all night. So have your folks join in and be prepared. Be prepared. We got our folks here on our NTAA Live who's tuning in. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We are here live on our YouTube channel, as well as our NTAA channel, to talk about the importance of the TRIO programs and getting folks to sign on to that letter. The link is in the bio. So please ensure that you all are linking on to that. So I love it, love it, love it. But thank you all for hanging out with me. And we will be here. We will be here. Dr. Fernandez, is this your first appointment um, uh, working at the university where you are after your alumni experience, or were you a professor at a different institution as well?
No, San Diego State University was my first. I did pursue my PhD in Italy, and I did my postdoc at MIT. But yes, San Diego State was my first.
Awesome, awesome. And how have you felt about the impact around the first generation students there, or the low income students there, or those who may be involved in TRIO? Have you been feeling like there's some cohesion within the student life and the university life with TRIO?
Yeah, unfortunately, the McNair Scholars Program does not exist anymore at San Diego State University.
Mm-hmm.
It was eliminated a couple years back, but I have to say that I was fortunate enough to be part of the, let's say, this organization while it lasted. I got to see that, there was a lot of students that were first generation, people of color, that have never done research, never had heard of a PhD, as myself had never heard of a PhD, never thought that I could pursue a PhD. So I have to say that it definitely opened doors to a lot of people that have become part of McNair. And now that I'm in academia and I work closely with students, I definitely want to help out. As Katia mentioned, previous student that just spoke, during the elections, we teamed up with Carl McNair in order to create noise about getting more people to vote, getting people to, be involved in, the previous election. But as I mentioned in the chat, I think that, writing letters definitely is helpful, but I think that there's more that we can do, especially because we're McNair Scholars Program and the TRIO program are all across the US. And I think that if we all come together, create protests, maybe go to our local news channel, share our stories, making noise is much more impactful than just sending. I have already sent a letter to my representative, and I've been pretty active on that, but I think that we can definitely do more. I think the sharing of different backgrounds, different stories is our strength, because there's so many different types of diversity that are involved in these TRIO programs that are helping not only high school students, first generation, low income, but people from different backgrounds. And I think that if we were to focus on that, we could come and be stronger together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Fernandez. And coming together is something that may not seem easy for everybody, right? Especially with, own agendas or motives or concepts that they may have. But TRIO is one name, right? And we all stand for it, regardless of the program. We all stand for it, and wouldn't be here without it. Wouldn't be here without it. So I love it. I am tuning in into both our live on our Instagram and our YouTube channel. Thank you for those who are joining here on live on Instagram. We're talking about our sign-on letters for TRIO programs to get our alumni more engaged and involved. This is the good work that we are trying to do to make sure that TRIO programs are protected. Please go to our bio in our Instagram to sign the letter if you haven't already, or to follow our link to join our live on YouTube if you want to join us here. But we're not going to sleep until we get those 10,000 signatures for our alumni. So we're very excited to be on the call with you all. Yes, so Ramon, thank you as well. We're definitely going to be needing some help. Feel free to email me for some additional concepts and strategies that we may have lined up here in the near future. For those who are staying on, just hang out with me. More than happy to. If you got to drop off, understand it as well. But see you all later, or if you want to stick around, please do so. We'll be here. Yes, SVAY 2010. Yes, TRIO is amazing. You say you want to have graduated out TRIO, and I agree. I also would not have graduated without TRIO programs. I went to Marquette University, where I went to Upward Bound and the Student Sports Services program, where I struggled my first year. It was tough, but my advisors through Upward Bound and through our SSS and McNair programs truly showed the impact that education can really have on your life. It isn't something that was easy, but it was manageable, and there was some discipline that was necessary. And I could not have done that without my friends, our stakeholders, mentors who told me that, Tommy, this is more than just today. This is also about tomorrow, and living that dream and understanding where that comes from is important, and that's tough to swallow sometimes because you want to do things that are always going to make you happy and excited. But I had to learn, even being in trio, it wasn't all about stipends and going on road trips and college trips, but it was about making those tough decisions about what you wanted to be when you got older in your career, the type of people that you still wanted to maintain in your life, and how you were going to grow with them. Your families. We've had sessions at the annual conference where we talked to alum about how do you deal with that first generational guilt, right? Of being with your family, the first one to graduate from college, and feeling like you owe, right, your family something, that you owe your family everything that they poured into you. Now you have to give back in the same sense, right? And that now they see you as this person who has been successful, and they poured into you, and now there's such struggle or desire with wanting to be that perfect person in your family, and it's hard to say no to some family, right, who have poured into you. But I would say that is also just as equally as critical as it is to pour into yourself, right? So awesome. Thank you all for commenting on here. Again, this is what it's all about. This is old school grassroots advocacy, getting down to the nitty gritty, and helping our students with what is possible within TRIO programs. And we are not going out without a fight. For those who have just joined, thank you for joining. We are here connecting with alum with our lock-in at 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time, to showing some love to our West Coast folks who are 3 hours behind. So we want to make sure that we get them some tune-in time to continue to be a part of TRIO here. We got some folks who are looking to request to be on our Instagram here. So we're going to view our requests, and we're going to go live with our Be Will, your favorite counselor. Going to come on here, just join. And also feel free to join our YouTube. We're more than happy for you all to join that as well, to come on to our live platform and tell us all about TRIO and why TRIO is so critical to you. We love it, love it, love it here. All right, Be Will, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to accept you. It doesn't look like it wants to do it. So feel free to join the link into the chat. Into the bio, and we can let you in through our Zoom link that way. Valeria Reese, how are you? Thank you for joining.
Hello, everybody. Saying hello from San Diego, California.
How you doing? How are you? Thanks so much for joining us.
Yes, I'm currently in the process of signing the letter. A McNair scholar. I went to UCLA, so I am a product of TRIO. So I just wanted to support, just come and just be here, to be present for the moment.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's nothing like being present, right? Being present with family. You are here amongst those who have been products of the TRIO program, and those here on our IG account, as well as those on our Zoom live here, from all across the country. We got folks from different parts of the country. So, thanks very much for joining, Valerie. If you don't mind, like just giving us a few bullet points on your TRIO experience and how that was for you and where you would be if it weren't for TRIO.
Oh yes, I was actually just thinking about that right now as I'm signing the letter. But I was a McNair scholar at UCLA. I'm a first gen transfer student, so I came in back in 2010. I came in as a transfer student, and I joined McNair. And it was because of McNair that I really demystified the PhD process and going into graduate school. Eventually, I graduated. I went into the field. I've been working in higher education for about 10 years, and I finally decided to go back. So I just finished my first year of my PhD program. So I came back after a long time. I came back, but it was really because of all of the different skills and everything that I learned as a McNair scholar that really brought me back to academia. So, I stepped back, and now I'm back full time. So I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for being back. We need you. We need you more than ever. And so you being with us is definitely a huge support, huge support. Ken Baptiste, how are you, Doc? Clocking in from Louisiana. You are muted.
This is.
Hey,
Mr. Tommy Walls, how you doing?
We are doing well, man. Thank you for joining us on our lock-in. We see you are getting some groceries. We love how committed you are to this.
Alumni.
You want to share a few words with us?
Yeah, I just want to say that I am a proud TRIO alum from Talent Search at Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I actually am now a TRIO professional. For those of you all who may not know, we have a nonprofit here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana called Impact Educational and Housing Development. And we were funded 3 years ago back in 2022. And since then, I've been hitting the ground thriving. I'm also over publications for our Louisiana Association as well as our regional association, SWASAP. So I'm definitely boots on the ground, been trying to push a lot through Instagram and through our different communication platforms. And so I just want to say to those alumni that's on the call, thank you for your support and thank you for being boots on the ground. Right now, we need you guys more than ever.
No, Kent, thank you so much for sharing that. Kent is definitely one of our rising stars with our National TRIO Alumni Association, leading the SWASAP region, as well as the Louisiana territories for the alumni chapter. So Kent, thank you so much for that, for bringing your energy. Let folks know we are on until 11 p.m., Doc. We are on all night. We are on all night, making sure that our alum is getting the word out. And making the sign-on letter a priority, as well as our students and our funding. So thanks, Kent.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for our IG users for joining on to our live here, talking about the sign-on and speak out virtual TRIO alumni lock-in. We want to amplify and get connected with other alums so they can know why TRIO works. And our stakeholders, let them know why TRIO works. This is a territory where we must, speak out. We must advocate, and we must do the job. We must do the job well. We cannot fret. We cannot wait and stop, and let this disaster happen to not just us, but our students who want opportunities. Right, the opportunities that we have designed for ourselves and for our future generations is critical, and we cannot allow this to happen. So thank you all for joining. Ariel, thank you so much. Can you spread the word? Again, the link is in the chat. For all of our IG users, please go to our bio and go to our link tree to join our live Zoom or to sign on to the TRIO alumni letter. We are not stopping until we get our 10,000 signatures. So we are excited to be here tonight.
Hey, Mr. Walls, I also want to share that we had a really good conversation at our SWASAP call to action. And we mentioned that it'd be really, really good for us to start reaching out to our vendors. That's I think a target population that we haven't really tapped into yet, just to kind of get them on with, promoting Trio and why Trio matters to them. Because without us, they wouldn't be able to come to the different vending and, our services. So just wanted to mention that.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Our vendors are definitely impacted by this as they run very, when they run businesses through Trio programs to support the program efforts, as well as our state conferences and those efforts here. So, huge, huge, and critically important. We have a message from our IG folks here for position, for purpose. Thanks so much for commenting. And he says, quote, "We have no choice but to protect Trio. It has been huge for first-gen students, especially minority students." And I concur to that position for purpose. Thanks so much for sharing that. Feel free to join us on our live Zoom here to give us more context on your comment. But we love, love, love the fact that you are continuing to advocate and spread the word around for Trio program. So thank you for that. Well, how you doing, Doc? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How you doing, good brother?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, can you hear me well over the music?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Let me turn a little bit of our music here down here. Thanks so much for joining us. Okay. There we go. All right, Mr. Will, where you coming from, Doc?
I'm from South Carolina, man.
South Carolina. Talk to me about what you're hearing on the ground, man. What are you hearing?
I was at a conference we had the other day, and I didn't like some of the stuff I was hearing about what's going on with, you know, of course, with the funding and the things about the Pell Grant and cutting with Trio and stuff like that. I I I was told like 2-year colleges because I work at a 2-year institution. And the guy was saying that we are probably not at much risk as a 4-year institution because I don't know why. I think they're just trying to, because 4-year institutions, I guess they rely so heavily on federal funding and stuff like that. But still in all, a lot of our 2-year students are going to 4-year institutions. So they're still being, impacted in the long run. And as being a student, I used to depend on Trio. I was a Trio student and Upward Bound and all those programs like that. That's kind of like what initiated my college experience. So
yeah,
seeing all that stuff that's happening is kind of concerning.
Yeah. Are you have you gotten any information from your previous institutions as well, or some of your friends who are also part of the program?
Well, most of the stuff I saw was from my former advisor over there. She still is run the Trio department at the University of South Carolina. She's one of the lead Trio people.
Oh, okay, okay, good.
Yeah, and I got one of my coworkers he's over the Trio area where I'm at the college where I'm at. So I kind of see what they're posting, and I see some stuff on LinkedIn, and just listening and just trying to figure out and find out more information because it's not a good thing the way they're trying to take things.
No, it's not, man. It's not, and these programs, I mean, have been around for over 50 years, right? And, Trio is the testament for a lot of people, a true testament to a lot of people. And what I would say is that this fight does not stop unless we stop.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't stop. And there is a lot of energy and tension around cutting the budget, reducing the budget with discretionary funding, right? Which Trio programs are a part of. And it is tough, man. It is definitely a feeling to think that students won't have the access, the college and access success, right? Getting into college, graduating from college, and going on into a career where they find to be an asset for them. That's tough. I mean, we serve COE over 875,000 students a year, right? 3,100 projects and over 1,000 membership organizations with COE. So to know that these programs could be cut is definitely detrimental, for sure. Definitely detrimental. So have you signed on to the letter, Will?
I just was signing. I thought I had before because I followed on IG. And I thought I had signed on, but I just sent the link to my email so I could sign up.
Okay.
So I could get that information. Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate you at least taking the time to come on here and really share with us how you're feeling. Again, you are amongst 6 million alumni across the country that are also dealing with this. right? And it is no easy feat by any stretch of imagination. None of this is easy. None of this is something that we truly want to do, right? So as we're here, you know, advocating for these programs, we have to make the noise. You know, alumni have to make the noise, and we have to do it in a way where people are going to listen. Our stakeholders are going to listen. Um, you know, this is something that we need to make it a priority, because those who fought for us made it a priority to make sure that you and I still had a trio program to go to at the end of the day. So, well, thank you for joining on to that, though. I truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for all of our Facebook Live viewers. We are here discussing the TRIO alumni sign-on letter to get to 10,000 signatures. We are here live in, locked in, and wanting to work together to make this happen for all of us. TRIO programs are taken, as you know, across the country, and we want our alumni to step up. And so there's a link attached to this live here where if you are willing to join us via live on Facebook, we're more than happy to have you all join us live here on Facebook, as well as our YouTube live. We have some folks here streaming here live on YouTube to talk about your TRIO experience. Sign on to your alumni letter and let the members of Congress know that TRIO programs are essential. So please join us in the fight in doing this. We're wanting to work together collaboratively as a unit, as a mobilized effort to ensure that TRIO programs are going to be essential for years to come. So please join us during our YouTube live session right now to come on and just talk about your TRIO testimony. We're here till 11 p.m. And we want to do so to give our West Coast folks some opportunities to chime in and give their opinions as well. So thank you all for joining us. We'll be here till 11 p.m. tonight. We won't stop until we get those 10,000 signatures, y'all. And so we won't be able to disclose how many signatures we have tonight, but we will definitely work on getting that soon. But we want you to spread the word about TRIO programs, how essential they are to our communities, and to those who have helped in their families. You know, I am a product of TRIO programs. You also may be a product of TRIO programs, and we cannot let this fight die. We can't. We just can't. There are too many students and parents and businesses that rely on TRIO programs to thrive, and our students to thrive. And I just don't know where I would be had TRIO programs would not have been in existence. So, but we are here, YouTube Live, as well as our Facebook Live. So if you would like to join us on our Zoom platform, please click the link at the top to join us. We'd love to have you. Love to have you join us here. But this is a fight that we must fight together. This is a fight that we cannot give up on. And there have been professionals and leaders before us who have lost sleep tirelessly and still maintain the fight to keep the programs afloat, right? This is advocacy. This is what it means to mobilize together as a unit to ensure that our programs are connected, to make sure that our programs are safe and protected. You are the identifying factor that will support our TRIO programs for years to come. And we rely on you to show your advocacy and to show the depth of the work, right, and the inspiration that you all have been able to give throughout the TRIO program. So spread the message, spread the word about TRIO programs and how in jeopardy they are, but how we are providing advocacy tools and the resources available, right? We wanted to give you all the space to speak out and tell us about how you're feeling about everything, but also give you all an opportunity to give back. And we do that in so many ways. You can do that by writing to your members of Congress. You can do that by expressing a post via social media and tagging your members of Congress and doing this. But we need an answer. I know we need something that we're going to be able to thrive on and to live and to help our students with this next opportunity, right? Trio is what it's about. Trio is giving our students another opportunity to thrive in their communities, and there has been opportunities within their lives where they have not had this type of experience before. Trio is a new experience for a lot of students who are in low income first generation households or have disabilities, or even our students in our rural areas. These resources are monumental in getting students to where they need to be. So we are here all night. We are waiting on alum to drop in and tell us about your amazing stories and how you have become a fearless trio leader or a program professional in your own corporate or government sector, or wherever you are, how Trio has benefited you. So click the link there so we can have a conversation and talk about why Trio programs are so monumental to what we're doing. So we are here all night until 11 o'clock, and we will not stop until the job is done. Again, I've said before, this is old school, grassroots level advocacy, getting the needs and the ideas of the people involved. So please share your comments, any thoughts that you may have, but definitely willing and interested to hear from any and everybody who wants to share the love of Trio programs. Who wants to share the love of Trio programs? Trio programs are too essential. And this, again, platform is for you to come on and talk about why Trio programs are so important. Giving you the space to vent, to be angry, to be upset about what's happening in our congressional affairs offices and how it's important for you to get in front of your members of Congress and tell them why the Trio programs are essential. So click that link up to the top if you want to chat and talk about why Trio programs are so critical. But we will be here with you and for you to save this monumental program that has saved over 6 million students who are now alumni and products of this program and have went on to do amazing ventures, and would not be here if it wasn't for those founding mothers and fathers of Trio who have paved the way for us. So feel free to join us. We are on our Facebook Live here as well as our YouTube Live. So feel free to join in and have some conversations. In the meantime, you are more than happy to sit here with me until 11 p.m. Eastern Time to get the word out about Trio and how impactful Trio programs will be. Thank you all for joining live here. We have Angel, Dr. Baptiste, thank you for joining us. Miss Melanie, Alyssa, thank you all for watching, advocating on behalf of Trio programs. This is what it's all about. And we can't do this without you all. So feel free to share, tell people to sign on to the alumni letter. We need 10,000 sign-ons. Tell those to sign on to the alumni letter and get active and get activated today. Get activated today. Angel says, can't talk enough about how we took our students to UCLA. I'm grown already with a degree, and I never would have went to such a prestigious university, let alone visit if it weren't for Roswell Trio. Angel, thank you so much for sharing that. And that is true. Trio programs gives opportunities for us of a lifetime that we don't even recognize. And this is why that is important, right? those experiences that you've had, many other students has probably had as well. And, you know, we want to keep those students happy and looking forward to those same opportunities, but not to let Trill die. You know, we cannot do that. We cannot afford that. We cannot afford that, Angel. Cannot afford Trill programs to die, and they won't, as long as we continue the advocacy and mobilize in the best way we can. Talia, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for joining us for our Trill Alumni Lock-In, where we're talking about the recommended budget cuts, why Trill programs work, and what we can do as a collective to mobilize our alum to sign on to our Trill Alumni letter, as well as get in front of our members of Congress, letting them know how important Trill programs are and how much they will be in the future. I appreciate y'all joining me tonight. Any comments about how you feel about Trill programs? What has been the most rewarding opportunity that you've seen with Trill programs? If you want to talk more about that, feel free to join us on our YouTube Live here. Link is connected to our Facebook Live, as well as our other social media accounts, LinkedIn, Instagram, and our Facebook platforms. We'd love to hear from you. Appreciate those who have gotten on already to talk about the importance of Trill programs, but love it. Alyssa, I plan to pop in around 9:30 and have encouraged a bunch of our former students to join. Really looking forward to getting together with our alums and supporting and sharing our voices and stories. Love it, Alyssa. We are looking forward to hearing from you too. We'll see you at 9:30. See you at 9:30. Make sure you all get your dinner or you get your snacks. Come have a conversation. Come in and chat with me and sign the alumni sign-on letter available in the chat and links in the bio. Would love to connect with you all more about the importance of Trill programs for this virtual lock-in. So love it. If you got any questions, feel free to put those in the chat. I'm more than happy to connect with you all on that. Follow the link in the chat. That will bring you to our live YouTube, and we will help you all there if you are interested. Hope you have done your alumni sign-on letter. We need to get those 10,000 sign-ons. We need to continue to save our TRIO programs. Thank you all so much. If you are here new joining, thank you for joining us. We are here with the TRIO Alumni Virtual Lock-In, where we are inviting alum from 6 to 11 to come to share your TRIO journey, your story, sign our TRIO alumni letter, as well as connect with other alum across the country. Feel free to follow the link in the chat and in this live to join us on our YouTube. So just connect with each other. You know, have a space where we can talk about how frustrated we may be about these current congressional changes with the budget and what you can do today with your members of Congress. So looking forward to talking with you, to chatting with you. Feel free to join me here. More than happy to have a conversation. Got a comment from Angel here. TRIO program saved my life. If it wasn't for the Upper Bound Roswell director, I would never have started my law enforcement career. If Miss Garcia didn't literally drag me into the sheriff's office to start my final year into the summer internship. Angel, amazing, amazing testimonies. And that right there shows why Trio is so critical, because they had to drag you in there and you didn't run away, or maybe you couldn't run away. But you decided to stay and continue to trust the process. I know in Upper Bound, as an alum, I learned something about trusting the process, and it's not easy, right? Especially when you want something really bad. But trusting the process is all about that, right? It is all about that. So, Angel, thank you so much for sharing that testimony. And you definitely have shown why Trio works. Feel free to please sign our alumni letter and to continue to get the word out about Trio programs. And join us on our Facebook Live. On our YouTube Live here. I'm on our Zoom, which is right here featured in the link, to have more conversation about what we're doing tonight. Kenneth, welcome. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. How about you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Ken. Let me turn down some of this music here, so I can hear you clearly, and our folks here can hear you on our Facebook Live. All right, Ken, how you doing? Ken, welcome. How you doing, brother? And one mute. I think you're muted here. I was going in and out. It's going in and out. Greetings, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are here at the Trio Alumni Lock-In from 6 p.m. Eastern Time to 11 p.m. Eastern Time to get more Trio alumni sign-ons and have a space for alumni to connect and talk a lot about the importance of Trio programs and why they are here. We want to get as many folks on the call showing why Trio programs are so critical. Ken, can you hear us now?
Yes, man. I don't know what was going on with my sound, but
Oh
yeah, I got you
no.
now.
Oh no, all good, brother. How are you, man?
I'm making it, man. How about you?
Hey, we're making it too. We're making it too, man. What are you hearing out in the field about Trio?
I definitely kind of sounded the alarm at work uh, in a unique way, but I definitely touched base with all my folks. Like I connected with my folks back at Savannah State was kind of where I got my first start. So I know a lot of people are making noise about it. I'm not personally very happy about it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so
Yeah. What steps have you taken to fight this fight?
I definitely used the templates. I sent an additional personal letter, and I've definitely been trying to repost on all my social media and just kind of get the word out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We are here trying to get 10,000 sign-ons for our alumni to show the members of Congress why Trio works and why Trio is important, right? This is low grassroots, old school style, right? Getting in front of members of Congress, writing those letters, doing what's essential for all of us, right? Continuing to spread the word out about Trio programs and their essential components to the success of our students. That's us, right? This is our fight. This is our fight that we have to fight. And so we're so grateful and honored that you all have been joining with us in doing this. I really feel like we can do Trio programs a true service, right? As alum, by showing up in the capacity in which we know how to do best, right? Mobilizing, connecting, getting people or our students these resources that they need. But to say, quote, TRIO programs and GARE programs are a relic of the past, Ken, how do you feel about that?
I think that's BS.
How do you feel about that? I mean, to say that TRIO programs are obsolete, that they don't matter anymore.
I think it's very reductive. I think it's a lot of hidden discrimination. I know personally for myself, if I can say this, I was a little poor boy in the ghetto, and Trio was the one thing that exposed me to colleges. I didn't grow up with a lot of money. They put me on my first plane. They gave me, like, if you were upper bound, you know about those stipends. They put us in dorms. They also connected me to the Math and Science Regional Center at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Without Trio, I would not be who I am today.
Yeah, yeah, trios are so essential. Are so essential. Hey, thank you all for joining us on our live here. Um, we are here talking about the importance of trio programs. We got our trio alumnus Kenneth Welcome on our YouTube live. If you want to join our YouTube live, is the link connected right up here. We'll get you in the room, connected with us and talking. But Alyssa, she says, Angel, I'm so glad that you decided to push forward and work towards big things. Trio programs also saved my life, and getting to now work with and support students who I see myself in has been one of the greatest gifts and honors of my life. Shout out to Bowdoin, Upper Bound, and Trio SSS at University of Maine and SMCC for getting me to where I am today and for always believing in me. That is the power of Trio. Alyssa, thanks so much for sharing that. And this is what it is all about. This is what it is all about. It is not an easy lift trying to promote first generation college access and success. Our Trio professionals are working tirelessly through and through with our students and with our alum to make matters happen, to make the amazing happen. There are moments where I've talked to Trio professionals about how essential their lives are just by making their students better. Their quality of life gets better. When their alum come back and they volunteer with their students, the program quality gets better. Everybody's happy. Students get mentors, students are graduating, mentors are feeling like they're actually making a difference. They're crawling out of their imposter syndrome that they may had in college and going into their careers with different aspects and perspectives on how they can be successful. Trio works in so many different directions, right? In so many areas, Trio programs are critical in that regard. Whether that's, again, working with alum or working with a student, everybody dreams and gets the access to those benefits. So to see the staggering remarks about Trio programs or how much they're being threatened through the Department of Ed, or just even in general dismantling or having the desire to dismantle the Department of Ed, definitely shows the nature of our programs and where we are in our government. But again, thank you all for joining. We are here talking about the alumni affairs and what's happening with Trio programs and how we can get more connected. So this is a space where you all can feel free to share your stories, your impact, or however you have been involved in the programs. We're here to hear you. We're here to hear you. We're here to do that. Ken, thanks so much for sharing your testimony and for dropping in. Feel free to let other alumni know about our initiative and what we're here to do to advocate, get the boots on the ground, literally, and to join our virtual lock-in to express their concerns and have a space for Trio alum. Thanks so much, Ken. Those here on our Facebook Live, thank you for joining us. I would love to hear your testimony and your comments. Feel free to click that link at the top that is featuring our YouTube Live channel. I would love to hear from you and to hear your thoughts.
Over 80%.
How you all doing? Thank you so much for joining us. We are here with our alumni lock-in, discussing TRIO programs and alumni support and how they can best be utilized when advocating for TRIO programs. I want to hear your stories. Our TRIO community want to hear your stories. This lock-in has been designed for you to come in and talk about your issues around your TRIO programs or how you are advocating. The link is available. The sign-on link is available, and we want you to take advantage of that today. We want you to take advantage of that today. We need as many sign-ons as possible, showing the depth and the impact of TRIO programs. Please feel free to come in and talk with me. We would love to invite you onto the main stage on our YouTube live channel to talk about your TRIO story and your journey. This is what it is all about. This is the platform that we have created for you to let us know about your TRIO journey. And to sign on to the letter. Sign on to the alumni letter. This is what we need as well. You know, we need an opportunity for Congress and our stakeholders and our other friends to know how impactful TRIO programs are and why they need to exist. And not just exist, but play a space, right? In our students' development. TRIO programs are critical, and we cannot fall short of that. We have to stay on the mission. We have to stay on par. Thank you all so much for joining. If you are here, love that you all are here with us. We are here connecting with Trio alum specifically, talking about the importance of Trio programs and why they exist, and fighting the good fight. We are in a space where Trio programs are under attack, and we as Trio alum have to step up and stick together and do what's right, and mobilize each other in the best way that's possible. And we can only do that with our Trio alum, our staff, our students coming together and connecting on this purpose. And so we cannot do this without you. This is not a lone venture. This is something that we are going to be using for generations to come. And this is not an easy lift, but we need you. We need you to sign on. We need you to advocate, and we need you to do that. And we're not stopping until we get where we need to get to for our program. Our folks had the opportunities to advocate on behalf of us, and so we have to do the same and return that favor. We have to do that and return that favor. And it is not easy by any means, but we're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen, and we're only going to do that together. We're only going to do that together. So let's get on the phones. Let's start calling our alumni friends, letting them know that, hey, did you sign the link? Did you sign the letter? We need to make sure that you do that. We need to make sure that happens. So we are so excited that you all have joined us. And we are here for you. We are here for you, and we are here to continue to advocate. Brad, are you still here with us? Ms. Martinez, how are you?
Hello, hello, good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us.
Of course.
Yeah, what's on your mind today? What's on your mind?
I just was receiving a text message from my siblings. All of us are trio participants at one point in time. So they were writing letters to Congress, they were signing the alumni petition. So that made me really happy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a joint effort, right? And it is grassroots for sure. As we get in front of our congressional affairs about the importance of trio programs. Where are you hailing from?
So I was an Upward Bound alumni from Imperial Valley College.
Okay, okay,
And so
okay.
it's like past the Indio Coachella area, an hour down, closer to the Mexican border.
Okay, and talk to us about the importance of trio programs.
So for me, I'm the oldest in my family. I'm the first one to graduate from high school, let alone pursue higher education.
Yeah.
So I feel like Upward Bound was able to get me more knowledge and information of what comes next because my parents had no idea. I was actually born in Mexico, so were my parents. So it was just a lot of navigating what this process looked like. I come from a very small school. My graduate class was around 70 people. But even then, not everyone got that specialized support that they needed to pursue higher education. I feel like I got a lot of advice from my counselor saying to pursue private education, but I did have private school funds. So like Upward Bound kind of gave me that guidance to know what to go next. So I went to California State University, Chico, graduated. Last year, graduated my master's in higher education leadership, and I now work for Trio SSS at Cal State Northridge. So it's been kind of full circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And so do you feel like your trio experience truly helps you in your professional journey?
Yeah, and I think it also got my family more involved just because they didn't know what to do. So even with like financial aid applications, Saturday sessions, residential programs, and give me more information on like the college going process. So I feel like it was something that I didn't know I needed until I had it, and I would like for me to do anything that I can to support others in getting those same services.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, we're here because we wanted to provide this space for alum and those who want to advocate on behalf of TRIO programs, alumni specifically, to sign on to the letter, right? We are not stopping until we get 10,000 signatures to go to members of Congress, letting them know how important TRIO programs are to the country, to our current students, but also to our alum as well, who have paved the way for our future generations. And so, we wanted to create this space here on YouTube Live, as well as our Instagram Live to, connect with you all, provide that space for you to vent and talk about how frustrated you may be with everything, and yeah, and really just create a space of empowerment Based off of what all that you've been hearing, Joseline, like, how have you been taking this all in? How have you been connecting with your other alum or your peers about some of these issues that have been happening?
I think just organizing the support that we received in these programs, because I know for me, for example, I didn't have a lot of that information until I was able to get connected through Upward Bound. And then
Yeah.
from there, I feel like my grades skyrocketed, my priorities kind of went straight. So all of my siblings and I were actually part of like top 10 of our graduating classes. And I remember Upward Bound meant so much so that I'm like, I wrote in my yearbook, thank you to like God and Upward Bound for all the things that they did. So I think it's connecting to the students who like were in the program with me in 2012, 2013, and just seeing like if they're able to kind of go along with this movement as well. And I think it means for me two different things because one, as an alumni of these programs, but also as like a professional who's wanting to give back and being part of these programs too. So I'm like, what happens to my students, especially because we're in the last part of like the 5 years for the SSS grant. So then it's also like what it means for my students to get the resources and support that they need past August.
Yeah, yeah. And so that is the fight, right? That is the fight that we have been fighting here at COE and really getting our stakeholders involved in doing that. And letting Congress know, right? I'm not sure if you've seen a little bit of the Department of Education hearing, Secretary McMahon, but TRIO is definitely pivotal. You've heard it from some of our representatives out in the Northeast about the importance of TRIO programs and why they exist and what they're here to do. And so many students have been impacted by this program to the point where we can't stop. We can't allow these programs to suffer or our students not to be able to get these resources. TRIO has been a refuge to so many youth, current youth. I'm an alum. I participated in Upper Bound, SSS, and McNair at Marquette University. As well as through the Boys and Girls Clubs, is where I did my Upper Bound program. And it shaped my understanding of education. It provided me with some discipline, some empowerment and motivation for me to excel, to get my, post experience. I have my master's, looking to get my, finished to looking to get my doctorate within the next couple of years here. So, TRIO has definitely been monumental. And I know I'm not the only one who shared this critical moment with the country. But you know, trio programs have definitely been an earmark for a lot of students, and it is the insurance policy to Pell, right? And these students need these opportunities. And so, although over the last 40 plus years, 50 years, we've been threatened as a federal program to decrease funding levels. We have come on top of that. We have, faced every single amount of turmoil that there was, and we were able to come on top. And so, this is not a instant where this will stop or this will become different by any means, right? So, these critical times are where it's so incredibly important that we mobilize and get each other together. So, thanks for joining on, Joseline.
Of course, I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those tuning in on our Instagram Live. We are talking about the TRIO alumni and their efforts within the TRIO alumni programs. You may heard in recent news that the TRIO programs are under attack, as well as other education programs within the Department of Education. And so we want to sign on and speak out and hold this virtual platform for you all to connect with each other. So we're going to be here tonight to get alumni to sign on to the alumni letter to encourage members of Congress to support what it is that the TRIO stands for and why we are here to maintain TRIO programs for future generations to come. as I've talked about before, I'm a product, and many others are products. Over 6 million alum who have graduated from this program, and so no, we don't want to stop until our TRIO programs get what it deserves. Appreciate you, alum, coming on and sharing your beautiful insights with us. We are so excited that you are here. Hello, Terrence.
Good evening, Tommy. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. We got a lot floating in and out.
Awesome. Is the stream, the YouTube going good?
Yep, it is.
All right.
I've been on Instagram and Facebook as well. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make sure we encourage the alums that are on to share the link with their peers that were in that program with them, and encourage them to join too if they're free now. Send it to all your TRIO peers that went through your program and encourage them to act now to protect the program that served you all so well.
Thank you, Terrence. Alejandro, good question. We won't be releasing that now. I don't have that number right now, but we will be releasing that next week. We are working on a blast on what we've been able to capture. So all I can tell you is that we are close. We are close, Alejandro.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Yes.
So Tommy, I think hearing the our alumni's feedback and history, I don't think I've said mine.
Oh yeah, I love to hear yours.
Yeah. Okay. As you know, I'm currently the president of KOP, but I've been with Trio for the past 21 years.
Mhm.
I was in the Upper Bound program, from which I am currently the director. Um, it was something because I'm I'm a middle kid from four kids, single mother. I came to Puerto Rico when I was like 10, 11 years old. Um, didn't have this idea of what I wanted to do. I was going to go study, I mean work, not study, because single mom had to work out, help out there, right?
Yeah.
So when I entered middle school and I checked out what I was going to do with my life and all that, I met the counselor from the Upper Bound program that was going to give orientation to some of my friends. And I was like, let's try it out. So I took the orientation, brought the papers back to my house, worrying because we don't have transportation. We didn't have literally nothing, like hardly anything. So we then decided to like, let's go. My mother said, if you want to try it, we'll try it. So fast forward a couple of months, I started in the summer program in 2004. A nervous wreck because first I didn't know a lot of Spanish at the moment, so it was like a new experience also for me.
Yeah.
So and getting to new people, because I was like this quiet kid in the back of the classroom, hardly talked to no one. So up around also took that out of me, like talking for the public, socialize, and find out things that I didn't know I had at the moment. So after that, 2008, I graduated from high school, continued on at the university, and I also started as a tutor inside the same program. I was the math and English tutor of Upper Bound. Then fast forward a couple of years, I became tutor for SSS and EOC. So I was on three bases at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, then 2018, I got the opportunity also to go to Spain, study a bit, came back to Puerto Rico. And 2018, the current director was retiring, and she asked me if I wanted to like take the shot out and see if I could become director. I was working somewhere else at that moment, and I said, "What could go wrong, right?" So I got the interview, and I think it was like the easiest interview of my life, even the one from the PhD and all that, because it flowed so easily.
Yeah.
And I think, and one of the questions I still remember is, um, how's it if you were to become the director? How would it feel? And it's like going back home, because that's like something that in Upper Round at least, we formed like a family, a group, and to this day, 20 something years later, I still have contact with some of my friends from high school. And well, right now I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I am the Upper Bound director, and I'm currently the president of KOP. So it's like full circle, and the opportunity to give back what these programs gave to me
Yeah.
is like the tip of the iceberg. And like I tell my students and all that, like trios in my DNA already. Because I've been in trio more than I've been in somewhere else, and also it's like my practically my first home because I'm more in trio than outside of my own home. So it's like we live it the passion that I think trio alums have to not only what they're doing currently, but what the programs gave to them. I think that's like the essence of what trio students and trio alumni and trio programs provide to us.
And it's really that trio now, trio forever mentality, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't necessarily end.
Exactly. Yeah.
Especially when you are a first generation student.
Exactly.
Who is dealing with some of those same family issues that they come across when they were in college. A lot of those issues don't necessarily change, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes it gets worse, right? But Trio has definitely provided an avenue for alumni to navigate those complexities pretty simply. If with mentors and advisors, beside them, kind of walking them along the way. And so with trio programs being affected or proposed to be eliminated, I mean, it confuses me when we think about how our students are going to be successful in that regard, right? When it comes to college access and success program, they don't necessarily have advocates to speak out for them like Trio. Um, who are they going to go to? Where are those students going to go for those stipends that they need ever so badly? I remember a student who was in Upper Bound who was getting a stipend, um, and they couldn't wait on that stipend because that was going to feed them, right? And but we don't necessarily talk about those conversations. We just talk about the college tours,
Exactly.
and and everything else in between, right? Which are good, exploration tools, but a lot of people, a lot of our students are focusing on survival. These programs are there for that, especially if they're trying to escape whatever reality they're dealing with in their families, in their home life, whatever. Sometimes, um, trail programs are a safe haven for a lot of these students.
Exactly.
Um, so for them to be non-existent will just be, I can't imagine how much it would affect current students, but their siblings as well, right? Who are looking up to their siblings and saying, "Hey, I wasn't thinking about going to college until you, and now your college experience is being taken away." Right?
Exactly.
We got some things to fight, right? And like Dr. Arnold Mitchell and Maureen Horler said, we can't allow turmoil or these complex situations to get in the way. We got to do what we got to do, and we got to do it regardless. And so, as long as our students got somewhere to go at the end of the day to help them get to and through college, to help them with their goals, and especially some of these students, they all they got, right? These are students who are paving the way for their families, and they have their families on their back, right? Trying to make sure that they're doing it first and they're doing it fast, right? And so they're having to deal with pressures that are above them, and we're just telling them, hey, advocate as much as you can.
Yeah.
So Alejandro, your story definitely resonates with me because I'm sure there were many opportunities where you could have just said, skip this,
Exactly.
this isn't working for me.
Mhm.
But you stayed on course and you stayed on par, and that's why you're a regional president, because of those type of attributes, the ability for you to fight through and persevere. That is why, right? The fact that you were able to listen and learn discipline, that is why. The moments that you had to study or prepare for, your presentation, through your doctoral or wherever, that is why, right? Trio is why, and I think you're a living proof of that right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Completely agree. It's like I say to my students also that every person that passes through your life forms who you are at the moment, even if there were a negative process in your life, because we have, let's say, professors, teachers that probably like marked us negative or positive, but they still form who we are at the moment. And like I said a couple of days ago, um, my achievements also are thanks to, like an example, trio, professors,
Mhm.
colleagues, friends, because even feedback, how you doing, good morning, and whatnot, also keeps you going. And I think that's like another part of why it's important of these programs, because some of these students probably don't have that at home. So when they come to our offices and our programs, and a simple good to see you, good morning, or whatnot, it gives them like another meaning of continuing on to study and all that,
Yeah.
and keep pushing forward.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough, man, especially when you're trying to get students through this journey of them doing it by themselves. I mean, even with advisors and mentors, I remember, as a trio student, even with my advisors and mentors, sometimes I still felt alone. Um, Sometimes I still felt like the questions that I needed answered, neither of them could answer for me. I had to answer for myself.
Exactly.
I had to answer for myself, and they can lead me to the water. Whether or not I was going to drink it was up to me.
Exactly.
And that's the sense of fortitude that we have to have with our students, right? And foraging them a greater direction. I can just see, on our community call, seeing some of the comments and and listening to what's happening, our community is feeling defeated. And we aren't defeated.
Exactly.
We have so much to offer, we have so much to give, and our founders did not put themselves on their backs to give up in this. And if there's anything I know about Trio, we are not a land of giving up. If anything, we've asked for more and we fought for more.
Exactly.
And we've won either way. So I'm positive. I'm positive, Alejandro. I think this is going to turn out positively. The odds are always against us. As first generation low income professionals and students, and but we will prevail. The fight is not over until the
I
clock
agree.
until the clock reaches that time. So we keep spreading the word and keep advocating. And this right here, this is why we're doing this, right? We don't care about we don't care that there are so many people who may be against the impact, but the data speaks for itself. The data speaks for itself. And actually, while we're on here, I think this would be a good time to kind of talk about that data as it pertains to TRIO programs. And I have a little bit of that information here, where it talks about student support services participants are 47% more likely to complete a 2-year degree or transfer. 18% are more likely to complete a bachelor's degree than similar non-participants. Talent search students are 33% more likely to enroll in a college than those from a bottom income quartile. Veterans upper bound participants are 42% more likely than their peers to earn a bachelor's degree within 6 years. 6 years. EOC programs report that 60.6% of college-ready participants enrolled in higher education and 71% applied. And McNair scholars are 70% more likely to enroll in college school, graduate school, than similarly situated low-income college students and graduates. So the numbers are there. The data is there. We have a whole research institute who does this to show that the outcome-driven data is in TRIO programs, and so to lose those would be a disservice to our community.
Yeah, I agree. And I also have optimism with all this, and we're gonna positive and want to pass
through these uncertain times. And I think, like I said at the beginning when we first talked, that I think the uncertainty or what's going to happen is like what for some is like we feel defeated because we don't know what's going to happen. Yet, if we live through it, like walk through the uncertainty and form groups and be united. I think that's what's most important here. And we we have achieved other things before. This is another hurdle that we could pass through.
Yes. Yeah. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not hard for us to mobilize and work together, right, Alejandro?
Yeah.
But when we got so many competing priorities, our government is fighting for funding all over, from tax breaks to education funding to Head Start to, I mean, just all over. But the data don't lie.
Exactly.
The data doesn't lie. And so keeping this fight alive is going to take some energy. It's going to take some sacrifice, right? But this is what we're built for. Not everybody's built for this. Trio is definitely built for this. So, Alejandro, your leadership and making this work, your leadership in creating this impact is essential in doing this. Shakitha, Miss Jeffries, how you doing? Welcome to the main stage.
Good evening. Happy
Well,
Friday.
yes. Happy Friday. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Um, we could all be putting some ribs on the grill, but we are here fighting for Trio. So that is what it's all about. Where are you hailing from, Shakitha?
I am a New Jersey native through and through, but I am in Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Shout out to Jersey and Baltimore. And I'm assuming you are a Trio alum.
I'm not honorary Trio alum. First generation student, had no idea about Trio.
Okay.
But once I found out, I put my family members on, so I consider myself an honorary member.
Okay. Well, we take you in, cousin. No problem.
Appreciate it.
No problem. But as an advocate, I mean, this is definitely significant for us. It's easy for our alum to speak out on the program because of how it impacted them. You want to share a couple words about what you've seen and how Trio has impacted people in your circle?
Oh, absolutely. I think that with the TRIO program is definitely important, especially for individuals that come from, as you all know, from disadvantaged backgrounds. And TRIO provides that wraparound support from the beginning for students that they might not have if the program did not exist. So I guess under that umbrella of TRIO is EOF, Educational Opportunity Fund Program. That's what we had in New Jersey, but I saw it as a wraparound approach, and I think that students definitely benefited from those services because they got that support that they need, that one-on-one support to help them navigate not only just being in college, navigating the first year and beyond. That sophomore year is also critical. I think that the program also provided them with the insight, opportunity to build community, those connections that they might not have had, and have that real opportunity to connect with folks that were really rooting for them from the very beginning and not just seeing them in college. A lot of students get recruited, get them here, sell them on a dream, and they are left alone to kind of figure it out. So
Yeah.
Trio is important, and I'm definitely an advocate because I saw firsthand what it done for not only my some family members, but other colleagues. And I see folks that actually work in the field. And one of my mentors, vice president of I think student affairs of Montclair State University, is definitely a proponent of EOF and TRIO programs supporting our under. student. So I appreciate the program, and I just wanted to just jump on. I didn't have I didn't have any intentions on talking, but just hearing and seeing how I could continue to support.
Oh, no, absolutely. No one ever wants to talk, right?
Well, thank you, Tommy.
But
spotlight.
No, absolutely. I'm glad that you had an opportunity to. Folks, our alum have been dropping in and out all night. And we're here till 11. So we know folks are getting dinner or about to get prepared for bed. But this is the grassroots fight that we were talking about, in terms of showing up and being advocates for the program, and giving awareness about what's happening. And so this is an awareness call. This is a space for you to vent, for you to get information about what's really happening with TRIO programs, and what you can do to make a difference. And so I know you're not an alum, but we've had advocates sign our alumni letter. It definitely does more for alum if they sign it. But if you want to share the letter amongst your peers, for those who are in TRIO, that would be very helpful for us. I don't know if you see it in the chat here.
Okay, let me take a look to see if I see it.
But I can put it down there.
No, I don't. If you can, okay.
Yeah, I just put it down. And that is the link to the sign-on letter. And so we're trying to get to 10,000. I don't have that number currently on where we are, but
that was going to be my next question.
I know. Everybody wants to know. But we are preparing to do a release on this sometime within the next week or so.
Okay.
To kind of talk about where we are with sign-ons, and we're not going to stop until we get to where we need to be. We know that TRIO programs are essential, and so this space is going to be here for alum to connect and advocate in the best way. So please feel free to share the news and keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Absolutely. I just forwarded to a couple of folks now, so I definitely will continue to pass it on.
Thank
and
you.
we'll sign. I guess I will be on the lookout for additional updates.
Yes. Continue to follow our social medias, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, whichever one you follow.
I don't know if I was following any. I think somebody reposted from LinkedIn. I think that.
Okay. Yes, it was probably from LinkedIn. Yep. So follow us on our National TRIO Alumni Association pages, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Those are our main social media channels. And then we'll definitely be updating folks next week. We have another community call on the 27th. And so we'll be having that in the afternoon. If you go to actually, I can put that link in the chat as well. If you want to be up to date on what's kind of happening with TRIO programs and how our advocates can get involved, let me go in here and get the link really quickly.
Okay. Where are you situated? What city and state?
So I work for COE in our national office in DC, but I personally reside in Rockville, Maryland.
Oh, okay. You're right around the corner.
Yeah, I'm not far from you.
Okay.
But been here for upwards of 4 years now. In October, been here at the council. Okay, I just put the meeting link for next week, the government relations meeting on the 27th. But yeah, definitely been enjoying the DMV. I did hear when I first got here that Baltimore is not part of the DMV.
I'm from Jersey, so anything outside of Jersey, and I gotta pump my own gas. That's real ghetto. So yeah, I understand it's different. I was like, but you right here in DC, or you right here in Baltimore? They was like, no, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's not, and I think because of the metro doesn't go to Baltimore, so I think that's their whole rationale. if Baltimore is truly considered part of the DMV or not, but I'm like, it's Maryland, and they're like, yeah, but they got their own stuff.
I had to learn. I've been out in this area, I want to say it's been over 5 years. I actually work at Johns Hopkins. I started out in public health, and I quickly learned, had to learn the difference between the two. And only folks that are not from either DC or Baltimore refer to it at this area as the DMV. Like no other natives. They're like, oh, you must not be from around here.
Yeah, no. Exactly. I hit the same reference. I actually know a Trio alum who works at Johns Hopkins. She's in the career services department for the School of Public Health.
Olivia?
Olivia Cross. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, we worked together in the same departments. So I was started out in public health. I worked in student affairs for about 6.5 years, and so now I'm in a different area under university administration. And so yeah, she's definitely cool people. Yes,
Oh
it's a
yeah,
small
no,
world.
she's great. We grew up together. She's like a god sister of mine.
Oh wow.
We grew up in Upper Bound together.
Yes.
In Milwaukee, and so she ended up staying. I ended up leaving, but we keep in close contact pretty often. So I'll let her know. I'll actually shoot her a text here.
Oh yeah.
Let her know that had a good convo with you.
Such a small world. Yeah. When I lived in Newark, New Jersey, one summer I participated in Upward Bound, and that was a fun summer. Now that I think about it, because yeah, I may be dating myself, but that was a fun time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wish you participated in Upper Bound. It really was a good experience, man, and kind of learned a lot about myself and where I wanted to go. I would have never imagined working in macro level public policy.
Yeah.
When it comes to nonprofit administration and education. It was not something that was in my direction. I was definitely looking more towards, working in youth development, but doing more like direct practice. So once I got a taste of this in graduate school, there was no going back.
Oh, absolutely. I love the program. I mean, I'm always worked. Most of my experience has been in higher education, and I've had plenty of friends and colleagues that worked under TRIO, whether it was EOF or Upward Bound. And because we were colleagues, they're like, "Oh, you're going to help out with the program." So I've always gotten an opportunity to work with the population, and so I definitely understand some of the challenges and the positive things about the program. So that's why I wanted to just jump on and check. I texted to a couple of friends. I said, "Yes, please sign. Please sign."
do this today, not tomorrow,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, and I just reposted it on LinkedIn.
Oh, great! Yeah, I just found you. I just added you here.
Yeah, I went back to the original post. I was like, who posted this? So I was like, well, okay, let me just go ahead and like it at this point now.
No, I appreciate it, but this is the type of attention that we need right now. To have folks who will come on and talk about this program. I mean, I know everybody and their mom is fighting for these education programs, right? But we have to advocate for our own.
Absolutely.
If we don't advocate for our own, we're going to lose every time. So I appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely.
I know you could be eating dinner or watching your
Listen, I'm already laid in the bed on a Friday. I'm trying to listen. This has been a lot. They've been working me hard at. I was like, they've been making me earn my paycheck this week, and so this is the calm before the storm because I'm taking a trip to New Jersey. I'm going to go see the Queen. I'm going to go see Beyonce.
Oh Lord.
Okay, and so I gotta gather myself.
You got to get ready, right?
You got to get rested.
Well, as long as you back on and work on Monday.
Oh yeah, listen. That's I got to keep the lights on. So I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna drive myself right on back. Okay.
I'm gonna be back to work. No, I love it. I love it.
All right then. Well, thank you.
I
It was
appreciate it.
Good connecting with you.
Absolutely.
Now we're connected on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Definitely got to let Olivia know that we've connected and
please. I just
good
shot
luck
her,
with the
shot her a text. Oh,
yes.
Absolutely.
And I'll be on the lookout for additional updates.
Thank you so much, Akiva. Have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Alejandro, absolutely, man. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for everything and take care.
Yes, sir. Did they apologize and give you some money? Oh, they left. Hey, Alyssa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for joining on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Yeah, of
Tell
course.
us a little bit about yourself. Where are you hailing from? What trio program were you a part of?
I'm currently in Westbrook, Maine. I actually have been a part of three trio programs. So I started out in high school with trio at Upward Bound, Bowden Upward Bound. Um, and then I went to SMCC in South Portland, Maine, and was a part of trio SSS there. And then transferred to UMaine Orono and was part of their trio program as well, both as a student in all three programs. And then I was an employee for both trio SSS programs. And now I work with Bowden Upward Bound, and I am a college prep coordinator for them and get to work with really amazing students. And it's just been such a gift to me.
Oh, that's amazing. How many students are on your caseload?
I actually I'm not a proper advisor, so I get to just work with all of the students, which has been super fun. And so I do one-on-one meetings, and I have open Zoom sessions and stuff a few times a week for them to just pop in and get some academic support or just chat about their days and stuff. And it's been really nice. So I'm
Yeah.
super excited to, hopefully see them in the summer and get to hang out more and, you know, watch
No,
them
for
grow.
sure. For sure. How are you feeling about everything? All the news that's going around about trio programs and its, potential cuts. How are you feeling about that?
Um, Honestly, the last few days have been really heavy. And they kind of just haven't seemed real. Because this week was a big one in terms of like, celebrating our students. We had a nice little senior celebration for one of our high schools yesterday. And then the day before had this eighth grade event where 30 eighth graders from one of our local schools had come to the campus, and we had this whole day with them, and the whole time we were encouraging them, apply to upward bound, all while having this sort of cloud above our heads of, are we going to exist for them to apply to and
Yeah.
join and be a part of? So that's been really, really tough. And then sort of just trying to, work as business as usual while also preparing for, you know, a
Yeah.
million possibilities. So
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot going on
Mhm.
in terms of education funding for TRIO. And Gear Up programs and other programs like C Campus Head Start too. Um, so everybody's kind of fighting for the same type of justice, right? To have access for their students. Um, but what I can tell you is that nothing is solidified, written in stone. Okay. Everything is primarily a recommendation. We've seen recently that the Supreme Court just shot down Trump's uh, initial response to dismantle the Department of Ed. So as you can see, not everything is going in the direction in which some may say, but we have been in this fight for TRIO over 50 years. And there's no reason why we will not come on top of it today.
Yeah.
It is very stressful and it can be overwhelming, especially when this fight isn't something that we're used to. But if you talk to our founders and our trail professionals who build our regional associations, they will tell you that these type of uh, attacks have happened before, and we have come above them every single time. So as you're working with your students, I would hope that you're able to reassure them that although this seems scary, and they've never been in this position before, that we have a very strong headquarters and government system, and bipartisan, meaning Democrat and Republican, and bicameral, meaning the House and Senate, support for this. We would we would hope that TRIO programs will, continue to sustain. That's why we're fighting. That's why we're doing this lock-in. That's why
Yeah.
we're providing this space for alums to vent and kind of get out their frustrations about what's happening, but also get them to sign on to the letter. Did you sign on to the letter, by the way?
I did, yeah. And then during our senior celebration, since they're going to be graduating, we said, okay, sign it, because you can count as alums and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
they are very, very much like, we're going to do whatever we can. And like, if there's
Yeah.
anything extra that you have that we can be a part of, let us know. Like, they're very, very active and ready to fight for their program and the future of, other upward bound students. Like, they know how big this program has been for them, and they want other kids to have that opportunity. And I'm so proud of all the work that they have done and are doing now and will do in the future. And I'm just so blown away by them every single day.
Sure. And I'm glad they have you there advocating for them as well. Them trying to continue to keep a continuation of funding alive for these students. It is necessary. This is some of our students' only lifeline, right? When it comes to access and support for them. So kudos to you for being a soldier in this TRIO army that is forever growing. And so, yeah, how did you hear about the lock-in today?
I actually saw it on the Facebook page.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
great.
then watched a little bit of the lives on both Facebook and Instagram and was like, hey, I'm gonna pop in. So
Yeah, pop in. I'm glad you
Yeah.
did. I'm glad you did. And again, this is that communal space where we try to have people on. It didn't matter if we had 2 people come on or 200, right?
Yeah.
The goal was to create that space, answer questions, continue to advocate and doing our national push. I had a lot of folks like, man, this is the Friday before Memorial Day. So what?
So what?
The business needs to happen. Students need to be saved. Programs need to be saved. Jobs, educational statuses. You still have students who are, I just can't imagine how many students are urgently and critically thinking about their next career move and what it is that they can do, and it being taken right from under their feet because they didn't have a voice or they didn't have an opportunity to defend it.
Yeah.
Not on our watch. Not on our
Yeah.
watch. Right? We have too many students that we have to save and to ensure that they are successful, just like we were. It wouldn't feel right knowing that TRIO was there for me. I'm a TRIO alum. I came from Marquette. Was at Upper Bound, SSS, and McNair. So I'm TRIO. And it wouldn't feel right living out this dream of leading our alumni and not having our generations be a residual conduit of that, right? They
Yeah.
should receive a lot of those attributes and motivations that we should give them. And this doesn't exist. What happens, right? We haven't known TRIO for more than 50 years.
Yeah.
All we know is TRIO. It has always been in existence. So for it to not be here tomorrow would be like not having a leg. You always known how to have a leg, right? If you didn't, now you got one, you're like, what are we going to do now? It's an adjustment. So I appreciate you taking the time to come on before bed and sharing us a little wisdom about your experience and you working with your students and them counting on you. They don't see these behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
They,
I think they're starting to. Our students, it's really sweet because especially in the last couple of years. Like they've made it very apparent that they are aware of the work that goes into our jobs and our fight for them, and it's the sweetest thing because they're so grateful and compassionate, and they are always very, just on the surface, like, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for the stuff that you do. Like, this is a lot of work and we recognize that. And I'm like, it is, but it's so worth it. And it doesn't feel like work because it's community and it's support and it's good stuff that we're doing. And it just feels like fun, even with all the craziness, even with all, uncertainty and sometimes, and all the paperwork and spreadsheets that maybe aren't as fun. At the end of the day, it's I can't imagine a better job.
Yeah.
And a better place to be a part of. So
yeah, and we want to make sure that this job that you have, this sustains, and being able to say that you actually work in a position that you love to do. Not a lot of people can say that.
Yeah.
Some people are working to live. And I want to live, but I want to work. I want to do it all, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to just be stagnant. And so I'm glad that you found some place where you're passionate about, you're feeling like you're giving back, and that it's all, it's all worth it. That all matters. That all matters. So I appreciate you, Alyssa, coming on, sharing your wisdom. Keep spreading the word. Keep advocating for TRIO. Keep talking to your students. Spread that letter around. And shoot us a comment on Facebook or Instagram. Just tag us and let us know how much you support the work that we're doing for alumni.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thanks so much, Tommy.
No problem. Bye-bye.
See ya.